Very full house. Hello. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Spring Independent School District is officially called to order on Tuesday, June 11th, 2024, and the time is now 7:03 p.m. Board of Trustees present are Trustee Adams, Trustee Correa, Trustee Newhouse, Trustee Jensen, Trustee, I said it backwards. Trustee Correa, Trustee Jensen, and Trustee McDaniel. I would like to ask everyone to please turn off and silence your electronic devices. Thank you. At this time, Trustee and Board Equity Lead Natasha McDaniel will begin the meeting by reading the Spring ISD Equity Statement.
Thank you, President Durant. Spring Independent School District strongly believes in educational and racial equity as fundamental aspects of its core mission and purpose, embodied through any program, practice, decision, or action that affects all students, with a strategic focus on those choices and policies that most strongly impact marginalized students. We believe all students, regardless of their ability, cognitive, physical, or social emotional, ethnicity, language, race, religion, gender identity, and status, should have equitable access to opportunities, resources, support systems, and educational rigor in order to maximize their academic success and social emotional well-being. We believe every Spring Independent School District student is valuable and possesses individual strengths and characteristics that make our district a great place to learn and grow. Moreover, we seek to act on that belief, instituting policies and practices that value diversity, committing ourselves as a district to continued growth and development, and working to support the success of every student in all that we do.
Thank you, Trustee McDaniel. At this time, will everyone please rise with me to recite our pledges? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible. At this time, if you can please remain standing for a moment of silence to observe in your own way. Thank you. You may be seated. Our next item is our superintendent remarks, and we'll now hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Lapita Hinojosa.
Thank you, Ms. Durant. And, the year's ending, but don't want to stop celebrating. So welcoming all of our attendees that are here in person, as well as those that are watching online, our board, just have to keep celebrating that. It's just a week ago, a week and a half ago, we celebrated over 2,000 students that graduated from our spring high schools here in the district, 6 different high schools, 6 different graduations. I know Ms. Thomas is saying, congratulations, you had a graduate too. 2 graduates, and I know, it was an exciting time, and you all know even the forced delays from the unpredictable weather that we've had, just like today, we had that huge storm that came by and then it stopped, right? So just want to, continue to celebrate our graduates. I do want to also publicly thank Aldine ISD, Dr. Goffney, especially when I picked up the phone and said, I call her, sis, can you help? And she said, absolutely. And so we have a great video that we want to share with you just to recap once again all the excitement that we just celebrated.
We've been upstairs talking about how can we give you the graduation that you deserve. Not one in the rain with the raincoats, running across the stage, getting your diploma and running back. That's not what you deserve. As you can see, it was celebration time, and also it's a hard time for all of us as educators, as teachers, as we see our graduates move on to their next adventure, to their next place. And so just thank you to everyone that helped make this possible. Thank you to our board and their unending support. Now, remember, we started summer school just yesterday, so get ready because we are preparing for summer graduation. And in August, we will come back and graduate additional students that have been going through will be going through summer school, either recovering credits or retaking their STAR EOC exams. But we are ready and excited to welcome them for their graduation. And then just finally, many people think that summer ends everything, and every teacher, every educator, every principal goes home, every board member goes home, but we don't. I know our board will be traveling. We will all be going to our own Summer Leadership Institute for the board and the superintendent. Our principals and all of our campus leaders, teacher leaders, will be participating in the Summer Leadership Institute later this month. And of course, all of our teachers will be coming back in July to participate in their summer learning. So as I said, it doesn't end. We just keep rolling and keep growing. It will be a great summer to get some new learnings and spend time preparing for our 2024-25 school year. So thank you to everyone. Special thanks to the board. We had an amazing year and we're ready for a new one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. I see we have one of our students or there's some seats up front. I don't know if you all want to be up here in the very front row, but we don't bite. Please come forward. Thank you. Our next item, I'd like to invite any trustees who would like to make any remarks at this time.
I just want to repeat the thanks. Dekaney High School provided their STAR auditorium for graduation, and then Aldine being so kind to let us use their center. So anyway, we owe our neighbors and our Dekaney High School a thank you.
Trustee McDaniel?
Yes, I wanted to shout out Bailey Middle School. They had a feature on NBC Nightly News, a kids edition with Lester Holt. So if you didn't get a chance, definitely check that out. It's on YouTube. And they showcased their work with the Carnegie Learning math platform, MathStream. And so they shared, we had some teachers and some students there, and they shared how MathStream really helps with their learning. I wanted to shout out the specific students. They had their time in the spotlight. We had Jaden Torres, who was an 8th grade student, who shared how MathStream helps him understand math concepts. A 6th grader, Justice Palmer, who said even when she gets the answer wrong, it helps her to clarify misconceptions. Jennifer Borjas, who came from Honduras and explained how MathStream helped her to get caught up when she came to the United States. And then the girls also expressed how there's a teacher there, Miss Deidre Kelly, who's actually a teacher in Lamar Consolidated, and she became TikTok famous from MathStream. And so they talked about how watching the teacher, because it is certified teachers who teach concepts online. And so seeing the teachers on MathStream helped them to, they talked about how seeing someone who looked like them helped them to feel like they can do it with those difficult math concepts. And so how representation really does matter. And I just also wanted to shout out, we had Miss Brandy Williams, who's a 6th grade math teacher at Bailey, who talked about how she uses it to help reteach skills in her curriculum. And then Miss Jasmine Wyatt, who's an 8th grade math teacher, who says how MathStream helped to increase gains on her math scores as well. So just wanted to shout out Bailey, our students, our teachers, everyone who I know Miss Phoenicia Hawkins helped to make that possible, and everyone else who helped to get our district that recognition, and all the hard work that our teachers and students and principals are doing on our campuses as well.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Trustee Adams?
So this past week was really special for me. And so I want to extend on behalf of my family my gratitude to the district. My daughter graduated from Westfield this past week. And so I wanted to thank all the teachers and staff and faculty past and present at Meyer Elementary, Robertson Middle School, and Westfield High School for shepherding my daughter through her experience. And she had a very positive experience. Connected to that is I also had the opportunity to attend an event at Spring High School, the My PVA and Friends, which is a program that I brought back with the hope that the district would adopt it, that provides an opportunity for performance and visual arts education to our special needs students, and partners them with regular ed kids. And I got to see the initial pilot of that happen at Spring High School. Really grateful for all the staff and Dr. Clark for putting that together, and I hope to grow that program. The data shows that students who engage in performing in visual arts perform at higher levels. My daughter is an example of that. She was in the band all 4 years at Westfield. So I wanted to, again, express my gratitude to the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. I will say we've had an amazing, actually last couple of months, in celebrating the success of our students' graduation. Was awesome. Our students that graduated this year were actually the class of students that started with COVID. So they spent their first 2 years online, and then to be able to see them celebrate and walk across the stage was awesome. I actually really enjoyed the Smart Start graduation with our little bitty ones. So shout out to Face for an excellent job with those. We had our Val Sale banquet. That was very fulfilling to see those students and their success and the amount of scholarships they received and the colleges that they're attending. It was awesome. Our celebrating our top 15% of all of our campuses. We celebrated Reynolds' 50th anniversary. We actually had a teacher that had been there since it opened. So it was just really awesome to see how many came back and the love that they had when they were greeting each other. You could just feel it, in the room, and that was really awesome. Shout out to CET Advisory Board and their banquet and the scholarships that they gave out. Shout out to our athletic director and their dinner with the recognition and the scholarships that our kids received. And I'm a huge Jennifer Hudson fan. And it was so amazing to watch the Jennifer Hudson show and see Miss Joseph from Winchie Elementary School receive that $10,000 award. Winship. And to see her receive that recognition just did me proud, to watch that on a national television show. So just wanted to say we've been real busy the last month or so, but we've been busy celebrating successes of our kids. So that's fantastic. Anyone else? All right. So our next item is recognition. And so at this time, I'd like to recognize our Director of Performing and Visual Arts, Dr. Joe Clark. And I'll ask my board members, if you guys can join me in the horseshoe.
All right. We got a couple of awards here that just came in, hot off the press. So good evening, President Durant, members of the board, and Dr. Hinojosa. We are here tonight to celebrate our Spring ISD community, who has been named a Best Community for Music Education by the National Association of Music Merchants, or better known as NAM. NAM is one of the largest industry partners in the music business, consisting of over 10,000 corporations from across the globe. And I actually attended NAM one time as a conference, and if you guys remember, TASA Midwinter, so TASA Midwinter in the Convention Center, and I kid you not, and I'm not exaggerating, but if you take TASA Midwinter times 3, this is the NAM conference. And at one point when I went to the conference, it took a half hour just to walk from one end to the other. So this is a very, very well-respected organization from across the globe. To qualify for this award, Spring ISD answered detailed questions about funding, graduation requirements, music class participation, instructional time, facilities, support for the music programs, and community music-making ensembles such as our alumni band and alumni choir. I am proud to say that we have applied for this award 11 times in our history, and now we have received it 11 consecutive years in a row. So it's huge accomplishment. This award is a testament to the value that the Board of Trustees places on music education, and each year in Spring ISD. And most importantly, we know that this accomplishment would not be possible without the support of our Spring ISD families and our students. And just as a point of privilege, I'm going to tell you, as I heard you say, there's more, we have students in the back. I don't know if you know this, but we would have the entire, any Val Sal, any ERB, any performance that you ever had, we could have it right now. I just saw the whole jazz band walk in. I just saw from Spring High School. If we could, if I can ask them to stand, if there is any music student, and Suzical, thank you very much, because she was in the video you just showed to Ariana. If we can have any music student or anybody from music student in Spring ISD stand up and be recognized, and musical theater. And I don't know if you recognize them, but the jazz band, we have everybody from the jazz band here and from Suzical, so I just want to take a point of privilege right there. Well, thank you very much. Any comments from President Durant?
Absolutely. Our PVA Performance Art Department exceeds expectations. You think they can never top it, but they continue to win awards over awards over awards on top of awards. And we're very proud of the program, and we're very proud of you students. We are more than happy to continue to support whatever you need in those programs. And I just want to say great job, Dr. Clark. And if you all can continue to just keep up the great work. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, appreciate it. Can I grab a couple students? Okay. And
We'd
this,
like to meet you all as well.
yeah, any student that stood up, please come up to the front. There you go, come on up, come on up. Please come up to the
11 years in a row.
11
Can we
years
give
in a
them
row.
another applause?
There you go.
Who do you want me to present this to?
How about the tenor sax player?
Come on, Mr. Sax Player.
Tenor sax. He did an awesome job at the
Thank
ERB.
you so much. We're so proud of you. Keep up the good job. This is for everyone. The board would like an opportunity to meet and greet each one of you and shake your hands. So it's called walking the horseshoe. Some of you have been here before, so you know the way it goes. So if you want to go first, and start going to meet and greet everybody. Congratulations. Great work. Keep it up. Hey, sweetie, how you doing? Thank you so much. One of our sax. I can't play the sax. Congratulations. So proud of you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Great work. Good to see you again. Congratulations. Great job. Great work. Congratulations. Mom's backing up. That means it's time for everybody, right? Congratulations. Thank you for all your hard work. After we finish congratulating the students, Jim's gonna get us lined up for a photo. So if there's any parents, if you all wanna stand, be recognized at this time, please. Any parents here? And you guys can get your cameras ready. If you wanna come up and take a picture, that's fine. Yeah.
You don't want to get in front of Jen once he's up there with the camera,
Right.
but other than that, you're good. his left or right.
They keep moving around. Oh, wait a minute.
I think we got everybody. All right. All right, right here, guys.
Y'all come up closer.
All right, very nice. Here we go.
Big camera first. Big
One,
camera first.
2, and 3. All right, hang on a second.
Okay, hold on if the parent got any more family members. Those are your babies. Those are all of them.
I put the film in. We're good.
All right, good evening again, President Durant, members of the board, and Dr. Hinojosa. The Texas Music Educators Association, TMEA, is a nonprofit organization that supports music education in Texas for students of all ages. They also sponsor the All-State competition for our secondary students every year. So if you remember, we bring up the All-State students. Founded in 1920, TMEA has over 20,000 members across the state, including music educators from kindergarten all the way to college. Every year, TMEA recognizes distinguished school administrators from across the state who have been instrumental in preserving quality music education programs on their campuses and in their districts. The TMEA Executive Board created this designation to honor upper-level school administrators who have been instrumental in preserving this quality music education program. And this distinction is reserved for only superintendents and administrators. So no fine arts director can win this award, for example. So it's everybody, so everybody above. And only a select group of only 300 administrators have ever received this award ever since its inception. This year, TMEA has selected our very own super proud superintendent, Dr. Lupita Hinojosa, as a distinguished administrator for the 2023-24 school year. There you go. Now, you might not be familiar with this, but we walk the horseshoe, and so you're going to have to go around, or you're going to have to. Congratulations. There you go. Congratulations.
All
Comes
right,
with a certificate.
this is for the district. This is you guys. Thank you. Let me walk the
There you go. Congratulations, and President Durant. She follows instructions so well. Wow.
Well, congratulations. We really appreciate your continued support of the PBA program and the amazing work you do with Dr. Clark and as our team of 8. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Okay, everybody. Our next item is agenda participation. Am I on? Okay. Is agenda participation. This item allows members of the public an opportunity to speak on agenda items before those items are considered by the board. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone signed up for agenda participation?
Yes, Madam President, we have one speaker tonight. Before I invite our speaker to the podium, I do have a short paragraph to read. The board invites interested citizens to address the board regarding any item on tonight's agenda that they desire other than allegations concerning the character or capability of any board member, staff member, citizen, or student of the district. The board will listen and will not interrupt unless the person addressing the board infringes on the guidelines as stated previously or exceeds the time limit authorized for the presentation. In this case, you will have 3 minutes to present. Mr. Sheffer will keep time, which will be displayed on the monitors. The board will not debate nor respond to any question during agenda participation. The board will seriously consider your input when addressing the items on tonight's agenda. Also, according to law, it is a criminal offense for a person to obstruct, prevent, interfere with, or disrupt a lawfully called meeting through physical action or verbal utterance. Citizens are requested to supplement any oral address to the board with a written summary of their presentation and any recommendations they may wish to suggest. Thank you for your concern regarding our school district, and we will hear you now. So our speaker tonight for public agenda participation is Debbie Townsend. Ms. Townsend, you may approach the podium.
Good morning. Good evening, Dr. Hinojosa, President Durant, board and cabinet members. Thank you for this chance to speak. I fully understand that staff cuts have to be made. I'm not protesting that. What I'm extremely concerned about is 3 particular staff cuts at Spring High School. 1 attendance clerk, 1 choir director, and 1 band director. I volunteer from 7:30 to 9:30 every day in attendance, writing tardy and late passes and checking in late arrival kids. I can usually answer the parents' questions so that the attendance clerks don't have to. If one of the 2 attendance ladies is out, I usually stay till 10:30. The attendance clerk worked madly to get their data entered before I leave. It's going to be almost impossible for one person to do that job next year. The simple fact that I volunteer 2 to 3 hours every day emphasizes that. 1 spring band and 1 spring choir director were cut. You'll see on my handout, Spring now has only 1 choir director for 200 kids. The band has 2 directors for 236 kids. Westfield has 2 choir directors for 171 kids. 4 band directors for 152 kids. Decaney has 2 choir directors for 151 kids, 5 band directors for 162 kids. There are 2 spring dance teachers for only 104 kids. I simply don't understand that. Our previous staffing guidelines were a second choir director was warranted for 176 kids. Remember, we have 201. Similar staff guidelines are used by Fort Bend, Klein, South Fair, Katy, and Conroe. I do not understand 1 choir director for 201 kids. Spring choir and band have always been a banner program. We have a Grammy, yes, a real Grammy, hanging on the wall in the choir room. Another Houston music program has a Grammy. I think one other Texas school got it about 20 years ago. Point blank, there's no way 1 choir director can do this job. There are way too many responsibilities, and here's a few of those things. Chamber choir sings the national anthem at all football games, home football games. The band plays and marches at every football game. Choir has 4 formal concerts plus Broadway night every year. So 4 concerts, 6 choirs, 6 totally different preparations. Our first concert is September 23rd. All-state band and choir contest. Chamber choir kids are required to audition. That's 4 rounds of choir competitions between September 14th and January 11th. We're hosting the 3rd round on December 3rd. Band and choir kids who make it past the January 11th contest will perform in the All-State Band and Choir at TMEA in February. Band only has 2 rounds of All-State competitions in the fall, but they have marching UIL. Chamber choir kids are also required to audition for Broadway night. That is November 12th. Chamber choir competes at the Madrigal Festival February 28th and May 1st. Choir UIL and sight reading is March 25th through 28th. Concert band UIL and sight reading is April 2 and 4. Just like the quarterback practices passing every day, these choir and band kids need to practice their sight reading skills, if not daily, then several times a week. One of the most important things that our directors do is they visit the middle schools and form rapport with them. They can't do that if we only have 1. I have a handout.
Thank you.
We have no additional speakers for agenda participation, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Binkley. Our next item is public participation. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone registered to speak under public participation?
Yes, Madam President, we have 8 registered speakers this evening. As our first speaker makes her way up, I will read a short paragraph. The board invites interested citizens to address the board on any subject that they desire other than allegations concerning the character or capability of any board member, staff member, citizen, or student of the district. The board provides an opportunity on the agenda for citizens to address the board, and we welcome your participation. The board will listen and will not interrupt unless the person addressing the board infringes on the guidelines as stated previously or exceeds the time limit authorized for the presentation. In this case, each of you will have 3 minutes to present. Mr. Sheffer will keep time, which will be displayed on the monitors. According to law, the board may not take action on any item that is not on the agenda. The board will not debate nor respond to any question during the meeting. In order to research the question thoroughly before replying, the board will seriously consider the matter brought to its attention and respond appropriately. Also, according to law, it is a criminal offense for a person to obstruct, prevent, interfere with, or disrupt a lawfully called meeting through physical action or verbal utterance. Citizens are requested to supplement any oral address to the board with a written summary of their presentation and any recommendations they may wish to suggest. Thank you for your concern regarding our school district, and we will hear you now. Our first speaker tonight is Diana De La Fuente to speak regarding T-tests.
Good evening, Madam President Durant, members of the board, Dr. Hinojosa, and all who are present today. My name is Diana De La Fuente. I am blessed and honored and thankful to be here before you today, as I was a recipient of the Employee Excellence Award this year, so many thanks again. I also completed my 15th year with Spring ISD. I'm currently a self-contained 4th grade teacher at Marshall Elementary, which I will be starting my 3rd year there this upcoming school year. I had an unexpected surgery on my knee this past Saturday, but wanted to come before you today as this is a very important subject for me and many others like myself, T-tests. Every year I strive to do better to help my scholars by collaborating with other teachers, attending professional developments, or searching online topics for topics related to increasing scholar engagement, encouragement, and to help their needs. To help close the gaps in reading, I began tutoring students, extending the offer to my teammates at the beginning of each school year for free, meaning months before the school offers a paid tutorial program. I tutor early to help them gain the confidence and skills they need to be successful and to grow. I donated 2 bouncy houses for our Hispanic Heritage Month Festival this past school year and was part of that committee. I was told that nobody asked me to, which is true, but it was for the kids to have fun. I also donated a pizza party for the class that brought in the most donations for the festival. My dismissal duty was changed to buses as more support was needed in that area since all grade levels report to the cafe. To encourage scholars to follow the expectations, I bought Smelly's soda-flavored chapsticks that I would swipe on the top of the student's hand if they were following the expectations, from pre-K all the way to 5th. That brought so much joy to them. I even recruited little helpers to grow them as leaders to help pass out Smellies. I consistently have 100% engagement during my walkthroughs and or observations and almost 100% student attendance daily. My question and concern is, where does any of this show on the T-test? It does not. How do I and other staff members show evidence of this where principals and stakeholders are on the same page and accepted? Currently, there's no training for teachers, no outline of what evidence should look like or be like, and principals attend a training, but how often is that refreshed? I strive to do what I can for all scholars, not just those on my roster. Where is that shown on the T-test? It is not. One thing I can tell you that is consistent throughout my years in evaluations, the principals I have encountered have all used the same phrase. This is just what a proficient, rock-solid teacher does. No, it's not, because all the teachers at campus would be doing it. And y'all know teachers talking is just like at my campus. Some teachers have left Spring ISD because they said they just felt unappreciated. They, like myself, feel that administration believe a proficient teacher is good enough, and it is. But we value the walkthroughs and look forward to the feedback when it doesn't reflect.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Yes.
Ms. De La Fuente, thank you for coming this evening.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Our second speaker tonight is Sarah Welsh to speak regarding band. Ms. Welsh, if you'll tap the talk button on that microphone. I accidentally turned it off. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad you told me how to use that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Welsh, and I'm a very proud band mom at both Springwoods Village and Spring High School. I'm here to speak regarding the amazing band programs that we have that is detrimental loss that we've had due to the staff positions that were cut, as spoken earlier today, just over the last 45 days. Springwoods Village has been the top performing middle school of all bands in Spring ISD over the last 4 years. They've only been open for 5 years. Not only have they received superior ratings each one of those years, they have also competed in and won several competitions, including bands from across the state and Texas 2 years in a row. With the success that Springwoods Village has, it has pushed all other middle school bands in the district to reach that same success. That is why earlier this year, all of the Spring ISD middle schools earned superior ratings, all ones, for the first time in over 20 years, as was stated in the board meeting in March. We have such amazing talent in our district, and I'd like that to continue. The kids at Springwoods Village are already playing high school level music, as they are better prepared once they enter into Spring High School. So Spring High School has also received superior ratings for many of years at UIL, both band, concerts, and marching band. Just this past year, Spring High School was one spot away from going to state. They were invited to perform at the Midwest Clinic in Chicago, Illinois, and competed in WGI Dayton, Ohio, and finished 4th in the world. Our band directors at both schools have been inspirational leaders and an instrumental part of the student success. This is a testament to all of the hard work, dedication, and countless hours as our band directors and kids have put into making these programs incredibly successful. The directors at both schools have brought so much positive exposure to Spring ISD. They have created a safe place for our kids when they need to escape from a hostile environment, help with schoolwork, teach life skills, teamwork, and so much more. The band is an extended family, as they are together more than they are with their most families of their own. The decision to eliminate the assistant director position has hurt the team, the band family, and the programs. Even though both schools have had much success over the years, the principals at both Springwoods Village and Spring High School had cut the position for our assistant directors due to budget crisis. Yet this was blamed on the district and the governor having to cut these positions. However, I know that these positions were cut by the hands of the principals themselves, not by the district. So how is that an equitable decision to make? Springwoods Village is currently expected to have 250 or more children in band next year. That is more than half of the student population just in that year. Spring High School is also growing in numbers each year, not only with just 2 directors instead of the 3 that we need to continue to be successful. This will put a strain on our directors even more countless hours than they already put into our program. The position who was cut is a very important part of the band, as not only he is a positive role model for the students, he is also the technical director who helps make our band successful. I also have handouts.
Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Our next speaker tonight is Michael Wright to speak regarding the BATRE. Mr. Wright, you may approach the podium.
Oops, I'm nervous. Greetings, board members, administrative staff, and attendees. My name is Michael Wright, and I'm in favor of the voters approved tax rate election. I'm an educator and a homeowner in this district. As an educator in this district, the approval of this proposal is very important to my coworkers and I. It would assist with teachers' raises, improve teacher retention, attract greater teacher staff. This in turn will improve our district. I love my job and I want to work with others who love their job. Research shows that better pay improves morale and improves performance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Our next speaker tonight is Briante Jackson Gibson to speak regarding the choir.
Good afternoon. I will be speaking on the behalf of my teacher, Miss Mel, whose position was recently cut. Good evening. My name is Briante Jackson Gibson, and I have been a member of choir since I began high school in 2021. And through everything that's happened, I could not have asked for a better teacher to have by my side than Miss Melanson. When I began choir, I was a typical nonchalant, short-tempered freshman. I always had a love for singing, but I didn't want it to interfere with my reputation. Eventually, during my freshman year, I fell into the wrong crowd. I got caught up in this image, and I ended up losing everything. Everyone I knew lost faith in me. All of my teachers would give me looks, other students would whisper about me, and the people that I thought were my friends eventually drifted away. But there was Miss Mel, the choir teacher. All I could think to myself was, why would she be treating me this way after everything that I've done? I knew eventually that she would see what a failure I am and treat me just like everybody else does. But she proved me wrong. Because even after I got in trouble, even after I lost everything, and even after I was shunned by everyone, she still treated me the same. Miss Mel always did what she could to lift my spirits. While everyone else made me feel like a failure, she made me feel like a champion. She inspired me to find joy in the people in my life, become more dedicated to school, and take pride in the things that I love. Without this woman, I would not have become the student that I am today. And that is why I'm here to say that Miss Mel is one of the most dedicated and hardworking teachers that this district has ever seen. I say this because things could be going left in every other aspect of her life, but this woman will still put a smile on her face and put her students first. We've cried together, we've laughed together, we've made music together, and we've accomplished so much together. She's always been so selfless and so genuine to everyone she comes across. Not only is she a great teacher, but she's also been the sister that a lot of us never knew we needed. I can't tell you how many times I've had bad days and she's been my shoulder to cry on, or how many times I've had good days and she's been the first person that I wanted to tell. She always makes room for her students. This woman is somebody that I consider a role model in my life, and it saddens me to think that future students won't have someone like her to guide them along their path, when she's helped me to get to the place that I am today. Spring High School needs teachers like Miss Mel, the teachers who see the good in us when nobody else does, the teachers who have faith in us when everyone else has lost it. And as time goes on, we graduate and new students come in, you can bet there will be more students that turn the wrong leaf. And those students need teachers like Ms. Mwanson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson Gibson.
Our next speaker tonight is Sean McKellen regarding the VATRE.
Good evening, Dr. Hinojosa, President Durant, board members, staff, and attendees. My name is Sean McKellen, and I'm a first-year, fifth grade science teacher at Clark Elementary. I'm here in support of the voter-approved tax rate election, which, if approved, will increase homeowners' taxes for residents of this district. We know that this is a controversial topic. Money always is. However, while I am a teacher, I stand before you with the greatest and most important responsibility bestowed upon me, a parent. I moved here about 5 years ago and have had nothing but great experiences in this district. I've had 3 children, 1 who has graduated already, 2 still in the district. I've been present in the parent engagement meetings and would like to give a shout out to Ms. Trinita Carroll and staff. They've been doing a great job. What I have come to know is that this district wants the best for our children. This Vader is another avenue to improve the well-being and future for our children. Many studies have found that increased pay, whether through salary hikes, one-time bonuses, college debt forgiveness programs, or new forms of compensation, is associated with improved teacher retention, gains in student performance, a larger percentage of high-achieving college students taking courses in education, and an increased likelihood of hiring teachers who earn top scores on their educator certification exam. We know students will do better when they have great teachers in the classroom. Ultimately, when teachers earn more, higher quality educators are present, and that directly impacts the quality of education students receive. Students who are adequately educated are less likely to commit crimes. This directly reflects me as a homeowner and a resident of this district. The quality of professionals is often indicative of the quality of education. Raising pay to teachers may help bring more into this field and improve the educational well-being of students. Another core benefit is teachers who want to be there develop stronger bonds, just like the young lady just talked about with their students. Unlike other career paths, most people don't become teachers because they want to get rich. They do it for the students. This is a selfless job. So when I think about what my children are worth to me, I can't put a dollar amount on it. I'm willing to work a little harder and a little longer to secure a bright future for them. This concept now pours over to the children I teach as an educator. I'm willing to go the extra mile, and I know that most voters in this district feel the same way as I do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKellen.
Our next speaker tonight is Stacy Black regarding the band.
Good evening. I'm here this evening as an alumni of Spring High School, a parent of 2 Spring ISD students. My son attends Winchie High School, and my daughter is a senior, class of 25 at Spring High School. As an alumni of the Spring Band, I was a freshman the year 1993 when the Spring Band won the Grand National Championships. We were the first band ever to do that from the state of Texas. I was also there the year we won state in 1994. From the time forward, the Spring Band has been known for its accomplishments and its award-winning program. The program has gone on to compete in state marching contests many times, as well as been invited to perform at the prestigious Midwest Clinic more than any other program in the state. When I walked into the band hall the first time with my daughter, when she was a freshman, it brought back all the memories. It made me proud to see all the past accomplishments still on display, along with all the added accomplishments of the band. The current students still show pride in the past accomplishments of the program and work just as hard now as they did in the past to keep those standards high. This year, the marching band won the first annual Alvin ISD Marching Invitational, was runner-up to advance to state, and the percussion ensemble was invited to attend and perform at the Midwest Clinic, along with our WGI wins, who placed 4th in the World Championships. We just learned this week that our wind ensemble has moved on to the area round of the state honor band competition. The Spring High School Band has had many students go on to become professional musicians and band directors after high school and college. Many of these students do come back and work for the district. I have been fortunate to see 3 of these wonderful alumni teachers during my daughter's time at Spring High School. The Spring High School of today is not the Spring High School I attended in the 90s. We have gone through 3 principals in the 3 years my daughter has been there. She goes to her core classes, not knowing if they're going to have a teacher for that class. The one consistent she has during her high school career has been band. The band hall is like a second home to many of the students. They all know they are welcome and can come to the band hall at any time. The only requirement is they are passing their classes and that they get a pass from their teachers. It's their safe space in a very volatile school. We have learned last week that we are losing one of our alumni directors, Nuhash Hussein, and he will be sorely missed. And we were made notice of this by the students who asked us to be here this evening to speak on his behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Black.
Our next speaker tonight is Ashlyn Foster Smith to speak regarding the choir.
Hello, my name is Ashlyn Foster Smith, and I'm a recent graduate of Spring High School, and I'm here on the behalf of choir, specifically on the behalf of my former choir director, Jessica Melanson. She is a big reason why a lot of the students in choir come back every day, and she is like a second mother to me. She was my first fine arts teacher, and I was with her my whole 4 years of high school. She not only played a big role in choir for me, but she was also the reason why I joined theater in the first place. And I was really shy back then when I was a sophomore, and I wanted to join theater, but I was scared, so I talked to her about it. And she pumped me up and she told me, you could do it, you could do it. And she led me to believe that I was better than I thought. She led me to have confidence in myself like she has so many other students. She was not only a choir director in her own personal time when she could be at home, when she could be doing stuff on the side. She took time out of her own personal time to be the musical director for theater. And it brought so many great shows like Joseph and the Technicolor Magical Dreamcoat, which was my first show, and my second show, Mamma Mia. And she is one of the most wonderful teacher I have ever had in my life. And I could not ask for a better woman to ever be there for me. And like Beyonce said, to not have her is something that I wouldn't want the next generation or the next pair of students or the students that previously had her that won't have her next year to ever have. She was my first teacher in fine arts, and I was in a cappella with her my sophomore year, and we got all ones. And that was the first time I ever experienced such joy in my life because I was never in choir before high school. And we had a big trophy and we signed her name on it. And it wasn't an easy task. We did sight reading every day. We rehearsed every day after class. Sometimes she would get some of the students to rehearse as well. She's like a therapist sometimes. She is amazing. She's over amazing. She's something that you wouldn't expect at Spring High School because some students have teachers that do not care at all. And I fell victim to teachers that do not care at all. And to see her in a group of teachers that don't care, it's simply pure joy. And I would really hope that my words reach out to you and that my words do not fall on deaf ears. And thank you for letting me speak tonight. Thank you.
We hear you, Ms. Smith. Thank you.
Our final speaker tonight is Jenna Arreguin to speak regarding the band.
Good evening, members of the School District Board, parents, and fellow community members. I stand before you today as a proud parent of a student in this district and a strong supporter of the band program. The impact of music education on our children's development cannot be overstated, and I am here to advocate for the continued support and growth of our band program, as well as to shine a light on a dedicated band director, Mr. Hussein, who played a crucial role in shaping the lives of our students. Mr. Hossein is more than just an educator. He is a mentor, a leader, and a source of inspiration for our young musicians. Many of our students consider him a confidant, someone they can turn to for guidance and support in both their musical pursuits and personal struggles. His passion for music and commitment to excellence motivates students to push themselves beyond their limits, to strive for perfection, and to work collaboratively towards a common goal. Our school band program has such a profound impact on the mental well-being of our students. The arts, and particularly music, have a unique ability to touch our souls and nurture our minds. In recent years, mental illness has become a growing concern among our youth. The pressure to excel academically, socially, and personally can be overwhelming. However, the band program offers a sanctuary for many students, a place where they can express themselves freely, connect with others, and find solace in music. Numerous studies have shown that music can improve mental health by reducing stress, anxiety, and depression. Playing an instrument requires focus, discipline, and creativity, all of which contribute to a sense of accomplishment and self-worth. In the band program, students learn not only musical skills, but also important life skills such as teamwork, perseverance, and resilience. For children who are struggling, the band program can be a lifeline. It provides a sense of belonging, a source of joy, and a channel for emotional expression. Through music, students can find healing, inspiration, and hope. The lessons they learn in the band program extend far beyond the notes on a page. As we look to the future, I urge the board to prioritize the band program and ensure that it receives the resources and support that it needs to thrive. Consider the invaluable role that Mr. Hussein plays in the lives of our students and the fabric of our school community. Reinstating the third band director position is not just about filling a job. It's about investing in the future of our students and ensuring that they have the support and guidance that they need to succeed. By investing in music education, we are investing in the well-being and success of our children. Let us create a nurturing environment where every child can thrive, where every note played is a testament to the power of music to heal and to transform lives. Let us come together to uphold our commitment to excellence in this music education and honor the dedication of a truly exceptional educator. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our children's education.
Thank you, Ms. Anika. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers at this time, Madam President.
Thank you tonight to all of our speakers. I'd also like to announce that Trustee Kelly P. Hodges joined us at 8:00 p.m. For our next item, I'd like to introduce our Chief Financial Officer, Ann Westbrooks.
Thank you, President Durant. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Hinojosa. The first item that we have this evening begins on page 17 of your binders, and it is a requirement for the school district to pass a budget for the Student Success Initiative and Accelerated Instruction, which is for the cost of providing that accelerated intervention for any students who have not been successful on their end of course assessments. And so the total amount of this budget that is within the 24-25 proposed budget is $476,468. As mentioned, it is included in the 24-25 proposed budget using the state compensatory education funds.
Ms. Westbrooks, this is a reoccurring item, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's a requirement prior to the adoption of the district's budget.
Correct. Is there any discussion, any questions?
Just that this is help that kids need, and state of Texas is paying for this one.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees adopt the 2024 through 2025 Spring Independent School District Budget for Student Success Initiative and Accelerated Instruction.
Second. It's been moved by Trustee Newhouse and seconded by Trustee Correa that the Board of Trustees adopt the 2024-2025 Spring Independent School District Budget for Student Success Initiative and Accelerated Instruction. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Westbrooks. Our next item is our public hearing for the 2024-2025 Spring Independent School District Budget. And so at this time, I'll ask Ms. Westbrooks to please continue.
Thank you, President Durant. And so we're moving into the public hearing for the 2024-2025 budget. As discussed at our previous board meeting, this budget, of course, includes estimates and assumptions. And so for our enrollment and average daily attendance, we're projecting enrollment to be 34,203 students, which is an increase of just 0.77% over our current enrollment. And our average daily attendance that we're budgeting for is similar to the current year at 29,700. Our property values are based upon the estimate that was received from the Harris Central Appraisal District on April 30th, and that's at $19.5 billion. The tax rate that is anticipated to be needed in order to support the budget that is being proposed here this evening is on the maintenance and operations portion of the budget. It would be 0.7192 cents. The interest in sinking would be 0.44 for a total tax rate of $1.1592. And so as noted, that the tax rate that is included here, that's included as part of this proposed budget, would require a voter-approved tax rate election because the proposed rate exceeds the voter-approved tax rate. Can you advance for me? Thank you. And so the school district is required to pass a budget for the general fund, the debt service fund, and the child nutrition fund. And that makes up the district's total operating budget. So for the general fund, the total proposed budget amount is $345,495,421. And as noted, that amount includes both revenues and expenditures that will require a voter-approved tax rate election. On the debt service fund, which we know is the fund that pays our debt that's associated with bonds, is $82,656,388. And our child nutrition fund, which is a federal fund that supports our child nutrition program, is budgeted at $40,717,890 for a total operating budget of $468,869,699. We're also required to provide an opportunity through this public hearing for our public to ask any questions related to the programs that are federally funded through the Every Student Succeeds Act. And that includes Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. Title I is our at-risk student program that provides additional funding to help with supplemental costs related to educating our students that have challenges. Title II is for teacher and principal training, recruiting, and professional development. Title III is for our emergent bilingual students, and Title IV is the well-rounded student, and we use those dollars for mental health services, for athletic and performing and visual arts enrichment, as well as some instructional technology. So we do have with us this evening from our financial services team, our Executive Director of Finance, who oversees federal programs, if there are any additional questions. But this is just an opportunity, as mentioned through the public hearing, to address any questions related to those funds. And then lastly, just to make note again that this budget includes cost and revenue that are associated with the voter-approved tax rate election, which the board, if so chooses, will take action later this summer in August. And so it does include a salary increase. That would be a 2% general pay increase for all employees. There's equity adjustments that are included throughout all of the employee pay groups that would help improve the market position for those positions. And then there's targeted adjustments for teachers with experience between 5 and 15 years. The starting salary for teachers would increase from the current $60,500 to $61,500. But as mentioned, though it would be an increase to the starting teacher salary, this is a targeted salary increase that targets our teachers that have the between those 5 and 15 years of experience. So that salary increase is included in the budget amount that was mentioned, but again, it is based upon a voter-approved tax rate election. So just to look at the timeline, we posted in the Houston Chronicle the notice for tonight's public hearing that was posted on May 29th. The summarized budget was initially posted to the website on June 1st, which was 10 days prior to today's public hearing. Of course, tonight we're having the public hearing now. The board would move forward with adopting a tax rate that would include that voter-approved tax rate election amount, that 0.7192, which is 5 cents above our current tax rate. That would need to take place on August 8th if the board chooses to move forward. And then our regularly scheduled board meeting in August is on August 13th, and at that time, the board could move forward with calling for a voter-approved tax rate election, but the deadline is August 19th of 2024 in order to have an election on the November 5th ballot. Okay, and with that, that concludes my remarks related to the 2024 proposed budget. 2024-2025 proposed budget.
Is there a motion?
Madam
This is
President.
actually the, I'm sorry, this is the public
Oh,
hearing?
this is the public hearing.
Okay.
Yes.
There are no members of the public registered to speak on the public
Okay.
hearing tonight.
My apologies, that was my error. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
No, Madam President, we do not.
Given that there's no one signed up for the public hearing, at this time, I'll entertain the motion for the Board of Trustees to approve and adopt the 2024-25 Spring Independent School District budget.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the 2024-2025 Spring Independent School District budget.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the 2024-25 Spring Independent School District budget. Is there any discussion?
When I first joined the board, it's been 7 years for me now, I recall looking at the total operating budget and it being more than $100,000 less than this figure here. Do I have that right, Ms. Westbrook? This would have been 2018.
I'd have to go back and look, but 100,000 or?
My
100?
recollection is because I remember being sort of gobsmacked by how much money it was, and it was less than this by a pretty significant margin. And at the time, there were more students here, and so I don't need you to call that out. I do know that it was less money, and so everything is more expensive. The same reaction to what the bond projects cost compared to before I joined the board and we were building, putting up buildings. Everything costs more. And when was the last time we got a basic allotment increase from the state?
2019,
Okay.
prior to COVID and prior to the 20% inflationary cost increases.
Ms. Westbrooks, why is the VADAR part of the budget?
If the board would like to move forward with calling a voter-approved tax rate election, we have to first approve the budget. That includes the revenue from the VADR, then approve the tax rate that would support it, and then call the election. And so we have to take those necessary steps in order to have the option to call for the election in August.
Isn't there also a efficiency study that has to go on?
Yes, ma'am, and that's a part of consent agenda. The recommended auditor was presented on Thursday evening, and the recommended audit firm was presented on Thursday evening, and that's a part of the consent agenda. And that had to take place before July 5th. And again, all of those steps are needed to continue to have the option to call for a voter-approved tax rate election.
So I'm pretty clear on that. And it occurs to me that requirement is an intended structural impediment to holding a VADR. In other words, we could be doing, if the law was written differently, we could be doing what I think you're asking about, President Durant, which is passing a budget with a number that is more amenable to us, and then trying to see about a Vader. The way the law is structured, it occurs to me, is designed to discourage Vaders. And so that's my understanding of what we're doing.
So then excuse my voice. So what happens if we pass this budget with the Vader and then the Vader doesn't pass? What happens to the budget at that point? Are we still stuck with the higher values?
Oh, absolutely not. So the budget would be adjusted. The revenue would be removed and the expenditures would be reduced to remove the impact of the voter-approved tax rate election.
And that wouldn't require coming back to the board for approval, or is it just an adjustment done?
It's an adjustment that we would do through our normal budget reviews that we bring to the board. There's one in October, one in February, and then of course in June. So based on the timing, we would bring it to the February, the second budget review. We would make the adjustment immediately, but it would come through the second budget review.
This is one of the biggest decisions we make every year, so I am deliberately pausing a moment to make sure that all questions are answered. Okay. Not hearing any additional questions, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed? Are there any abstentions? The motion carries with four, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention. Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. You may continue with your next item.
Thank you. On Thursday evening, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to table the low attendance and missed school waivers agenda item so that we had time to catch up with all of the weather events that happened in the last week of school. And so this evening, I would like to call up Dr. Julie Guillory, our Assistant Superintendent of Non-Instructional Data Quality, to walk us through this low attendance and missed school days waiver. You also have at your seats a little graphic. Yes, there you go. That will help with this discussion item. Thank you, Dr. Guillory.
Can you give us what page that's on in our binders?
41.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Guillory.
Thank you. Greetings, Dr. Hinojosa, President Durant, members of the board. I first want to apologize that we had to keep giving you edited copies, but thanks to our meteorological situation, we could not help it. I just love the thunder and the sound in the video, Dr. Hinojosa. That was really cool. So I come before you seeking your approval, as you have received a spreadsheet and you've also received a colorful flow chart that may be a little easier for either the quantitative side of you or the qualitative side of you. As you may recall, in January, we had a low attendance day that has already been approved by you all, as well as the Texas Education Agency, so we have taken care of that day. We had 6 bad weather days in the month of May. We have 2 schools with low attendance on May 2nd, 39 schools with low attendance on May 3rd, 3 schools with low attendance on May 28th, 6 schools with low attendance on May 29th, and on May 30th, 13 schools, and 38 schools on May 31st. If you recall, with previous low attendance waivers, the state looks at our overall cumulative PEIM submitted attendance per school for last year. They compare that to the date in question and look for a 10 percentage point or greater deficit. So for example, if a school had 96% attendance last year and on one of these weather days, it was 85 or 84%, then that would be considered a low attendance waiver. So we had several schools that fell in that category. We also had 2 schools that had 9.99%, and the state makes it very clear they will not round up, so we could not include those 2 schools. And on May 29th, the weather continued, so much so we could not allow Winchie and Winship to open. Now, when I submit the waivers to the state after your decision is rendered tonight, I have to upload social media information, meteorological information, emails that go out from our communications division, emails that go out to parents, as well as attendance information on each school from last year. So right now I have loaded about 13 documents to support tonight's presentation. With the missed school waiver, if we don't have enough time to make up the days, the state says we can apply for a missed school waiver. And I have to provide evidence. Why did we miss school already with our 2 banked days? And those days were January 16th and May 17th. So I have to upload information regarding why those schools were missed. And you recall in January it was freezing cold, and in May it was raining and the weather was terrible. So even after all of those days are reviewed, we still have some remaining minutes that we do not want to leave on the table. And we would use those for what I call the apocalypse, the eclipse on April 8th, where our attendance suffered for some of our schools. So we would use those. Now, the state may say, no, you need to use that for one of your low attendance days, which is outside of their guidelines, but they have to also approve what we present tonight. But if they approve it, we will proceed. So that would definitely up the ante on our attendance, and we don't want to have to eat those days. So what happens? If you approve tonight, I submit it to TEA. They approve, and then I go to our SIS team to mark those days as non-instructional so we don't have to absolve all those bad low attendance days. And we had some low days for some of our schools. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have as I seek your approval for the low attendance days for these schools and the missed school day waiver for Winship and Winchie High School.
Just for my own knowledge and purposes of public discussion. So the maximum waiver minutes is 4,200 minutes, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And with the increase in weather events and with the weather worsening, and I'm sure this is not your decision, but what ends up happening if we just completely overrun our maximum in, if we just have event after event, because that's kind of what it's looking like. So
right,
kind of what's worst case?
Yeah, so one of the things they look at too is our staff development waiver, and luckily for us, any staff development days that occurred after school started, we only use one of those days. They allow 2,100 minutes for those. So because we only use one of those days, we can up the ante on the number of schools we can proclaim. So that's why the spreadsheet you have, I have one that has all of the total minutes across all campuses. And actually 2 of our schools, which was Twin Creeks and Winship, they would surpass the 4,200 minutes, so I cannot include the eclipse waiver if the state approves it, because they surpass the 4,200. And if you do that, now you're in jeopardy of having your budget and your funding looked at, and we don't want anything to happen with that. Very good question.
In the last several years, do you know how many times we have exceeded the waiver limit?
We have not submitted a low attendance waiver in approximately 3 years.
I mean, because following up on what Trustee Correa is saying, like, if we are going to more regularly see these super rainstorms that flood the streets and make it dangerous for people to try to get to school, this might be another thing we need to address with either TEA or the legislature in terms of making an additional allowance for us here in this region.
Good point.
We'll want to be collecting that data so that when we make that argument to Morath and the education subcommittees, we have our data ready for that.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Dillon, for your presentation tonight. I'll entertain a motion at this time. The motion, yeah.
Sorry. You mentioned that we haven't submitted a low attendance waiver in the last 3 years. Is there any reason, was there not a need for it, or is there a reason why we didn't?
I wasn't employed within the last 3 years, but I would think that we may have had a reason. It just was not submitted.
Okay.
But we're not going to let that happen anymore.
Thank you.
And we also have to think through the time period we were in. So through that time period, you had times, yes, when we were in remote instruction and students were, so it wasn't an issue when we had some of the bad weather days because the students were already at home. So I'm sure that had a lot to do with it because given the circumstances, we would always file a low attendance waiver if we saw the requirements of the attendance was 10% or less than the year before.
And one of those years, the state did not let us apply for a low attendance waiver until the fifth 6 weeks. In my previous district, we had 200 days of waivers, and it was during COVID. They wouldn't let us do it because so many kids weren't coming to school.
So before we continue the discussion, I'd like to get a motion on the floor.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the low attendance and missed school waivers as presented by the administration.
Second.
So it's been moved by trustee Hodges and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the low attendance and missed school waiver as presented by administration. Is there any discussion? Which we had out of order, but you have a question?
No.
Your mic's on. Okay. Not hearing any further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. You can continue.
And the last item is the request for proposals for refuse and garbage services. And so you have in your folders item in your green folders that says Board of Trustees questions with a follow-up. And so we had a question on the third budget review and wanted to make sure that we answered that question regarding one of the transfers in the bond funds. And then the second item is related to the item that's up next, which is the RFP. And so there was a specific question to pull out the pricing and the scoring related to the pricing. So that information has been provided. In the green folder, it has follow-up questions or follow-up to the questions posed on Thursday evening, and one is related to this item.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees award contracts for refuse and garbage collection services to the provider recommended by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee McDaniel that the Board of Trustees award contracts for refuse and garbage collection services to the providers recommended by administration. Do we have any questions?
I need some time to look at this.
Sure, trustee Adams. Why don't we take a break? How about that? Let's take a break, everybody. If we can come back at 8:40, we'll take 10 minutes. needed more time. Thank you, everyone. We will now resume this evening's regular board meeting. We currently have a motion on the floor. Are there any additional questions?
No, I don't have any additional questions. I saw what I needed.
You saw what you needed? Okay. All right, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is our public hearing for the optional flexible school day program annual review, and at this time, I'll recognize our Chief of Innovation, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, President Durant. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and those with us in person and online today. This item is, we discussed on Thursday, it is the optional flexible school day program authorized through TEA. It's a reoccurring item, and we've been participating in it for quite some time. It allows us flexibility with Momentum High School in offering flexible scheduling options, as well as through our early college, spring early college, and allowing better alignment with Lone Star and any potential dropout recovery program that we partner with. This item does have a public hearing as a component of the agreement with TEA, and so that is the reason it's brought back tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Binkley, do we have anyone signed up for the public hearing?
No, Madam President, we do not.
Thank you. As there are no identified speakers, let us continue with tonight's agenda. So at this time, I will entertain a motion.
President Durant, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the optional flexible school day program annual renewal as presented by the administration.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee McDaniel and seconded by Trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the optional flexible school day program annual renewal as presented by administration. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Parasol, you can continue with your next item.
Thank you, Madam President. The next item is regarding a recommendation from administration regarding name changes for 5 of our schools. As part of our strategic plan, we've, over the years, we've launched some innovative programs. And so this item was for the board to review regarding if they would like us to move forward with having the school names updated to reflect the programs at those schools.
Given that we have individual motions around these schools, I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's any discussion at this time. Trustee Adams?
So you raised a point at the work session about whether we really need to do this for business purposes. And you also brought up something that I had not remembered, but it was my understanding of when this was introduced that these were programs within the schools. And so I would like to hear a good reason why we should actually make this change rather than leave the schools as they are, but, you know, continue with our branding as these are programs within the schools.
I have to concur 100%. I thought it was like the P-TECH we have at Decaney, but we didn't change the name Decaney. I assumed that there were schools within the school, programs within the school, and we were really outside of our policy to rename schools. The policy itself is broad, but over the history of the school district, we've never just renamed schools without first our community input, deliberation with the board. There's a whole process that we have always used historically, and there's a policy designed for that. So we're really violating our own policy if we move forward with this. So.
And I'm not stuck on, like, continuing a policy for continuing the policy's sake. I do think we should actually consider whether it's a good policy to name schools the way we are, and if we don't think it is, then we should change it. But this sort of ad hoc thing that we did, I think is problematic and sets a bad precedent.
I had the same concerns as well.
I see nodding heads down there. Is there any other discussion? I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those
I don't
opposed,
think
raise-
there's not a motion on the table.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Way ahead of myself. I decided to do this motion before the discussion, before the vote.
I don't mind reading off all of the motion
I
language.
was gonna say, is there any way we can just do them all at once?
I don't mind doing them separate if it's better.
I wanna try to avoid that if our legal counsel, unless you have a legal reason why we need to do them independently.
So, I don't believe we need to do them independently. If the board would like to do them as a whole, it's really up to the board. We listed them independently, and just in case the board wished to look at each of them separately, depending on the board's, comfort level or decision as to each campus. But if the board wishes to vote on them as a whole, the board is certainly
I
welcome to
yield
do
to
that.
the pleasure of the body. What do you'll like to do?
And so you're not stuck to the script.
Right, so what do y'all wanna do?
I got this, I think.
Okay, go for it.
Give this a shot. Madam President, I move that the board approve of Innovation Program campus name revisions in the Texas Public Information Management System, PIMS. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the name change, the following name changes. From Bammel Middle School to International Studies at Bammel. From Ricky C. Bailey Middle School to the Bailey School for Performing and Visual Arts. From Ritchie Academy to Spring Empowerment Academy. From Salyers Elementary School to International School at Salyers. And from Stella Clotton Middle School to Clotton Polytechnic.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Correa that the board entertain a motion to approve the name changes of the schools as listed, in tonight's agenda. All those in favor, please.
But do we get to discuss this?
Y'all wanna do more discussion? Okay.
Okay, I just want to be aware of the process we're going to go through for naming schools now. Now, if these schools want to change their names, are we going to be listening to the community and to the teachers, staff, students? How are we going to go forth now?
I think that, if the motion doesn't carry, then we follow our current policy. If the board wants to bring forward a change to that policy, we can do that as well. So I think that's something that we will be discussing at a later time after tonight's vote. If I'm off track from a legal perspective, I'm gonna yield to, Ms. McBride and Mr. Binkley. We're good? Okay. Okay, so that's something we will entertain at a later time.
And that
It
was,
doesn't impact tonight's decision or what's posted on the agenda.
And we were assured that the numbers of the schools are the same. So that it's all okay in the TEA website and their database.
Yes, Dr. Guillory said that those all remain the same.
my biggest thing was the community.
Mm-hmm.
What does the community want? It feels like it feels a bit rushed. And I would like to, these are the community schools. And so what are their thoughts? I would like to have more community input.
And I think that's a big part of why we have the policy structured the way we do. It allows for that in the process.
I have a question. Have any of these names been changed on the buildings?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, they have. And
So we've kind of put the cart before the horse, I guess. I'm a little confused, but
That's what we're trying to
Yeah.
address. Ms. Hodges, this was
Okay.
done in 2019.
so I guess my concern is that we have so many bigger fish to fry. I know this is an important issue, but I think we should table this discussion until we can actually, I recommend that the advocacy committee that we, or what's this, governance takes a moment to look at what the policy is, and then we'll come back to the board with a recommendation on how we want to move forward, and if we want to bring it to the community, and then take those steps as necessary. I just don't think, it's really important. However, it's 2024, and this was done in 2019. I think we should address the current issues that we have on the table right now in the district.
Trustee Adams, your mic's on.
There's, we're discussing the motion. We can vote it up or down, and then I
Yeah, we're
agree
getting
with-
all off track in the other areas.
I
Right
agree
now,
with
we have
Kelly
a
P,
motion.
but let's do our vote and then see if it's even necessary.
Madam President, but if Trustee Hodges made a motion to postpone, that is a superior motion to the motion that you currently have on the table.
Needs a
So
second.
Trustee Hodges, are you making a formal motion? Not table, but, because that would just be to later in the meeting, but postpone. Are you making, oh, you would require.
Can you turn your mic on? Mike, your mic.
Madam President, I'd like to amend the motion to state, I would like to postpone the
The consideration of
the
this item.
consideration of the name change until after the governance committee can review the current policy that's in place and provide a recommendation to the board.
That motion does require
It
a
needs a
second
second,
before it can be discussed.
Second.
It's been moved that we postpone the current motion on the floor and by trustee Hodges and seconded by trustee McDaniel. Is there any discussion on the postponement? Go ahead, trustee Correct. Well, I think it's already been 5 years. I personally think we need to move forward. It's not, nothing's gonna change, but
I just didn't realize we had already put it on the buildings. That was, yeah.
And for a point of clarity, we have not changed the building name for Ritchie Academy. It still says Ritchie Academy. We have not made that transition yet. That was the item brought last month to the board.
And what kind of risk are we at with names posted on the building that are not registered with TEA?
And so
I think we need to correct it.
And so there is not an implication. It's really was for us to help bring clarity to the community. You know, that those namesakes are still within those new names that were had done by another administration. However, you know, helping bring clarity. The school within a school design was on several campuses like Decaney PTech that has like a school within a school.
We've done some brand, I'm sorry to interrupt. We've done some branding internally to the buildings, but we have not changed full-scale branding on the external parts of the buildings. Which one?
The School for
School for
International
International
Studies
Studies
at
is the only one. School for International Studies, because it became a K-8. That's the only one that had a different marquee.
Because of the
on it,
K-8
because it became a
program,
K-8.
which is no longer,
The other,
part of
the middle schools and the other campuses did not get rebranded at that level on the external part of the building.
And so similarly to PTech, the school within a school, we also have the IB program at Spring High School and the IB program at Springwoods Village. Neither of those are programs within the school or instructional programming, but not necessarily the branding change or the website.
okay, let's clarify things. There has been no branding, name changes on the building other than the Bama International School because we made it, the K-12. Well, K through 8 is what we made it. However, we have since changed it. It's no longer K through 8.
I mean, as in terms of Trustee Hodges' motion, that to me serves the same purpose. It gives us time to go through our process. So I can support that motion.
Okay? Is everybody clear? We got a motion to postpone.
Trustees, just as we're marketing Spring Empowerment Academy, like in posting, Ritchie Academy, that name would remain Ritchie Academy. So I do want to, if everyone's okay with that, but just to know that if it postponed, it remains named Ritchie Academy and not, I know there were some connotations behind that.
But that's the
Just
one that
pushes
we
the can
actually,
down the road.
yeah, that's the one that we actually agreed to change the name to though.
No, we never agreed to it. We didn't vote on it.
Oh, we didn't vote on it. We discussed it though.
I just don't want to kick the can down the road. That's me personally, but I'm 1 out of 7. So is there any other discussion? All those in favor on the postponement, raise your hand. Opposed? That's 5-2. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Barrison. Okay, these are all these pages for each different school. So for the next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of District Operations, Mark Miranda.
Thank you, President Durant. I'm going to be on page 74. Last week, we had a really great discussion regarding EPIC and ad alternates and parking, and based on that discussion, we have moved additional parking to the base bid for EPIC. So I think we were able to satisfy some of the discussion from last week with the changes that we made and the updates that we made for this item summary. And so you'll find that item summary on page 74 and the updated summary support on page 75, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions if we have any.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
President Durant, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the use of all interest income associated with Proposition B for the construction, acquisition, and equipment of multipurpose events and exhibition center to be used for the EPIC facility project, including any alternates that are bid within the project budget. I further move that the Board of Trustees approves alternate 1 and 2 as recommended by the administration to be included in the bid documents for guaranteed maximum price bids by the approved general contractor at the time of bid.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee McDaniel and seconded by trustee Adams that the board approve the use of the interest income associated with Proposition B for the construction, acquisition, and equipment of the multipurpose event and exhibit center to be used for the EPIC facility project, including an alternate that are bid within the project budget. Further move that the Board of Trustees approve alternate 1 and 2 as recommended by the administration to be included in the bid documents for the guaranteed maximum price bids by the approved general contractor at the time of the bid. Is there any discussion? And I just want to confirm that the parking is not in the alternate 1 and 2, it's in the bid package
In the
itself.
base bid, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Seeing no questions, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Trustee Correa, did you have a question?
I did. And for a point of clarity, and just for my own understanding, why didn't we have the parking just included in the base scope?
We did have parking included, we just didn't have
Total.
the total. I had some parking included in the base bid and then some parking in the alternate bid. So we've included a greater
Addition.
total in the base bid. And we're gonna have to do some belt tightening and some adjustment to be able to include it in the base bid. But we conferred and we're gonna do our best, and we're gonna work really hard with the architect to make sure that it all fits within our budget.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
My next item is on page 77. This is the approval of master job order contracts for district-wide projects. We also had a really great discussion on this one. We went over the role of the job order contracts in construction and placed this back on the agenda. I think we had to take it off of consent for a reason, and so it's back for your approval today, and I'll be able to entertain any questions if we have any for this one.
I'll entertain a motion.
Trustees, just a note as well, if the board would prefer, instead of identifying each of those, you can say as presented by the administration.
I thought there was a conflict of interest with some of them. Is that not correct? Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Briefly, for that. So then we'll entertain a motion to approve the master job order contracts for the district-wide projects as presented by administration. Do I have someone to make that motion, please?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the master job order contracts for district-wide projects as needed for these following vendors as presented by the district.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Jensen and seconded by trustee Newhouse that the board approve the master job order contracts for district-wide projects as presented by administration. Is there any discussion or questions? Hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those opposed? Any abstentions? That's 5-4, one opposed, and one abstention. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Miranda.
Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to ask Matt Parasol, as Dr. Cuellar is not able to join us this evening. Our next item, I'd like to recognize our Chief of Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Matthew Parasol.
Thank you, Madam President. This item can be found on page 80 of your packets. Additionally, there is a yellow folder with some additional information that the board requested during the work session. So to bring us back to this item, this is an MOU with Graduation Alliance. The Graduation Alliance it is a company that focuses on helping school districts recover dropouts and helping those students where need more flexibility because of life circumstances. This would directly be an additional support for Momentum High School. Our first approach is always to work at their current school. Then Momentum High School has 3 flexible options, including the morning, afternoon, and evening sessions, or full day, designed as an accelerated learning program. Oftentimes, as we've participated together on some of these success walks, we reach out to students, and sometimes we're not able to contact them. They've moved. We've explored all of our options. Other times the program doesn't seem to work for our students and they need something additional. And so in alignment with our strategic plan and working to truly get every student, every teacher, every day, that every student, we do have some numbers that the models that we have aren't sufficient in being able to give them that flexibility, even with the 4-hour instructional day. So what this partnership would do would allow an online courses with instructional coaches, certified Texas teachers to work with those students. The board asked us to bring back some feedback from other school districts, and you'll see in your folder there is some either press releases or reference letters from Brazosport, Victoria, and then a press release from Fort Worth ISD as well. They just had a graduation of 18 students from that Graduation Alliance partnership. Additionally, there is a white paper in there, you'll notice, from Mission Measurement. Mission Measurement is an organization that seeks to look at the impact of programs, specifically social programs, and create measurements. And so in that research, you will see that they actually identified that Graduation Alliance was more effective than other organizations that perform similarly. They looked at they looked at over 130 school district data that participated with Graduation Alliance. And what they found was that there was the benchmark, what they call a genome benchmark, and this is on page 5 of that packet. The overall program efficiency was 46% for Graduation Alliance, meaning that 46% of those students were able to cross over to complete their high school program what started, compared to 36% in other similar programs. Also, they were able to do it more cost effectively. One of the beauties of this partnership would be that it would be no cost to the district. The funding for it would come from the students completing. So students complete, and then the organization only receives money when students complete courses. And so there is another packet tied to their effectiveness nationwide as
Can
well.
I ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's no money, and they only get the money if the students complete the courses, who pays that money?
So, so the ADA from those students would fund the actual course and Graduation Alliance, and we actually have a representative here today, Ms. Christina Pipkin. I believe she's there in the back from Graduation Alliance. She is the Texas Program Manager with Graduation Alliance, and if the board would like to know more information about how that funding works, but it's through additionally through OFSDP, we're able to capture those online completions, similarly to how we capture funding for Momentum High School when the school day is not the full instructional day. And so these are students that would otherwise be dropouts for us. They are students that we haven't been able to get a hold of. We've explored every option, and we still can't get them to come back. And so these would help us close the gap for those students. And there's no negative impact also on accountability, because every student that completes, there are already students that are coded as dropouts. And so it would just be regaining those students with very little risk. It's still that partnership would be with Spring ISD, and ultimately there are students.
A couple of questions, Dr. Pariseau. One is,
I'll entertain a motion.
do we want to listen to the representative? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Ms. Pipkin, if you could come up, please. Soon to be Dr. Pipkin. She's in her doctoral program and getting close to complete. And so I know the board has some specific questions, and we appreciate your time and coming out today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Hinojosa, Madam President.
Moment, please. We should have a motion on the floor.
Should we?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the Memorandum of Understanding with Graduation Alliance as presented by the administration.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the Board of Trustees approve the Memorandum of Understanding with Graduation Alliance as presented by administration. And now we will hear from their representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, thank you, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I know that you had some concerns or questions regarding Graduation Alliance. Specifically, the question that just came up was in regard to funding and how would this be paid for by the district. So what we do is if a student has not completed any of their coursework, you will never be receiving an invoice for them. What happens is once they are either considered half-time or full-time to receive that FTE funding, that's when we would be able to send an invoice, but it's not expected to be paid out until you receive that ADA funding, which usually happens. I know like right now districts are putting in their minutes and the course completions for the students that are currently working in the program, and then they will pay their invoices after they receive their funding from the state. So that's only the federal funding, that's $6,160 or around that amount that you would have allotted for each student. That's what we would take a portion of for the work that we are doing with the students. It is a completely online asynchronous course work that they would be completing that are TEAC aligned. We work very strategically with TEA. We have certified teachers, as Dr. has mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm here to answer any of your questions and give a full scope of what our program actually does. Once again, this is something where it's a very niched population of students. We are by no means wanting to just open this up for anybody that wants a different learning environment. These are for the ones that are pregnant, incarcerated, have medical issues, just can't or won't attend school. You've already exhausted all of your district offered opportunities and they're still unable to make it. Additionally, thinking about the students that have aged out of being on campus, we do support students all the way up to the age of 26. So I'm gonna pause for a second and make sure that if you have any specific questions, and I can address those for you.
Okay, the first question is, I notice on your chart with the efficacy that it looks like close to 50% that you actually can get the kids to graduation time. Now, on the costs, some of the costs go to over $11,000, and that's more than the ADA we get, that we get reimbursement for. So you don't go past what we would get on the cost of that to education?
Correct. So I don't know if you're looking at the national numbers or the Texas specific numbers. Excuse me, but we would only bill off of that $6,160. So anything additional that the district would get for that student, let's say ELL funding, SPED funding, CTE funds, all of that would remain at the district level. So we would never take 100% of ADA at any point, so we would never exceed that amount that you stated before.
So you're reaching students we can't reach, and you're providing services we can't provide to help them finish school.
That's correct. So we would use a list of your 98s. We would ask you to provide a list of students that you have already labeled as a dropout for Spring ISD. And we have a full enrollment team of enrollment counselors that reach out to the student, reach out to the families if the student is a minor. We even have a parent advocate that we can work with directly to help with that, letting them know what the program is, helping them understand what the expectations are, and to get that student enrolled.
Thank you.
So when you say a portion of the money, what is that cost?
There is a tiered structure, and I can follow up to make sure you have that information. But let's say you only have one student that actually has completed classes, coursework, and is eligible for funding, we would take a portion of that money. And like I said, I can follow up with those specific numbers, but it is tiered. So the more students you would have that are completing courses, the less money we would be taking from the district.
I'd like to see all the data, what the cost would be, what that tier portion is before I make a decision. And I'd like to know what systems the district has in place to ensure that we've done our due diligence so it doesn't cost us anything, prior to turning them over to Student Strategic Alliance. So what is our process going to be internally before we do that? Trustee Adams?
Yeah, I have several fundamental problems with this entire arrangement. Starting with, I am generally opposed to sort of outsourcing services that we provide.
Can I pause a moment? I want to thank you. Does anyone have any more questions for our guest? And I didn't get your name, so I want to apologize. What's
No
your name?
problem. Christina Pipkin.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Bempkins before we
I might have.
question administration?
I
Okay.
did.
I didn't want her to stand there while we're asking
understand.
administrative questions. Okay.
So I only had like 5 minutes to review your materials, and so that's not enough time for me to do my due diligence before I make a decision on this. But going back to what I was saying, I have concerns whenever we outsource something that we are supposed to be providing for our students, whether that's substitute teachers or the type of services that you're offering to the students that really need them. And so it looks like your data here answers some of the question. I really wanted more background and to know who you folks were. What creates a different question for me is you cite to mission measurement and impact genome. I don't know anything about them either. And I haven't had an opportunity to review. Maybe it says so in here, but before I decide that we are going to have our students participate in any program, I'd like to know who it is, what they do, what's the data. When you're citing to information, what's the source of that site? I'm a data nerd in that way. And so this is, until I get more, I need more.
Are we asking for a motion to postpone?
I don't know if that's what anybody else, I also want to hear what other folks had to say.
Trustee Correa? Trustee Hodges, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to make a motion to postpone until we had an opportunity as a board to review the data that was presented today, because it appears that there are several questions, and we need to digest the data for those. That was going to be my recommendation.
Trustee Correa?
So, I like the idea of the service, but one of the questions that I had is, how are you able to track down the students that we're not able to track down? That's one. And then two, does your company, or does your service, does it better serve school districts that may not have a momentum, a type of school like what we have? And so those are my two.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking those questions. So to address your first question about how do we find them, we do have a full team of enrollment counselors that is what they're dedicated to doing. Based off of the information that you provided to us, we start doing our outreach, whether it's email, phone calls, text messages, trying to find them by any means. That's what we do, snail mail. We want to make sure that we do our best efforts to reach out to all of the students that you have, provided to us. So based off of the information, we start there, and then we just do our outreach specifically with those enrollment counselors. And so to go to your second question, we only work with districts that have a school like Momentum, because we do partner directly with the AEA campuses that have that optional flexible school day. So that's part of the relationship that we do have, that we know that we're already working with this niche population that already could not show up for this school that's designed specifically for their needs. So that's what we do. We work with the most at-risk students, the campuses, or excuse me, the districts that actually have campuses already established to support those students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we currently do have a motion on the floor. We have a lot of questions. And we also have a motion to postpone. So is there a second to Trustee Hodges's motion to postpone?
Second.
Okay.
Madam President, since Trustee Hodges phrased it as a recommendation, would she not mind just rephrasing it as moving?
Thank you.
Thank
Madam President, I move that we postpone the motion that was made to approve the memorandum of understanding with Graduation Alliance as presented by the administration until the board has an opportunity to review the data that was presented tonight.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Hodges and seconded by Trustee McDaniel that the board postpone the motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with Graduation Alliance as presented by administration until the board has adequate time to review information presented tonight.
Madam President, if I can make just one.
An additional.
One change, just, you're moving to postpone consideration.
Postpone consideration, thank you, of tonight's motion until the board has an opportunity to review the information we just received this evening and the additional information requested. All right, did we get that right, our attorneys over there? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously to postpone. All right, thank you.
So, Ms. Durant, we'll have the administration provide the board, and I know you all are aware of what we do to recover our dropouts, but we'll go ahead and summarize that. And, you know, as the representative said, this can only work in conjunction with momentum, because that is the first option. However, as a district and as we see our increase in dropouts, we've got to continue to look for options and opportunities for our students. They need, just like every other student, they need choices. And this would be an opportunity for the students that, for whatever reason, cannot make it to a building. But we'll provide that summary for you, so you can have that as you review the materials that were given to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next item is to discuss a nomination of the Texas Region 4 seat on the TASB Board of Directors. And so we presented at the work session, ask everyone, Trustee Hodges, did you have a question? Okay, your mic's on. Ask everyone to consider if anyone was interested. So I will now ask if we have any interest before we even move into a motion. Mr. Binkley, have we received any recommended nominees from any other districts?
We have not yet at this time. Again, I think boards are still in the process of doing these.
Okay.
And so we won't know potentially who those recommended nominees are, I think, until after the deadline, which is, Mr. Sheffer, remind me,
So
July 21st,
Okay.
roughly.
All right, and then Trustee Hodges had asked for information around what the commitment was in this role. Did she get that?
She sure did ask that, and she did not receive
Okay.
that. But with Mr. Sheffer here, I know that he has been in contact with TASB on this, and
Okay,
Mr.
so
Sheffer,
here's our dilemma, because we don't meet again before this deadline.
we don't. Do
So-
you have additional information, Mr. Sheffer, from your conversations with Region 4 on what that is?
I can see it in the presentation. It says directors serve 3-year terms.
And I believe the big commitment here is the TASB meeting, and where we appoint where the board nominates and appoints a delegate and a backup for that meeting. It's my understanding that the Region 4 individuals actually serve at that delegation as well. 4 annual meetings, spring, summer, convention in December. That is on page 86 of your binder.
Okay. We do have an interested board member, so I'll entertain a motion to recommend Trustee Hodges.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees nominate Trustee Kelly P. Hodges for a Region 4 seat on the TASB Board of Directors.
Can we ask, do we need, Mr. Sheffer, that for them to identify which seat? I believe there were
It's
2
4A
seats.
or 4B, which,
It's 4A or
Does that need to be
4C?
part of the motion?
It does.
4C.
Okay, then I need to.
Who should be running against, depending on whether it's for it or
I think they do, but we don't know who the nominations are at this time.
Don't we know 2 of them?
Yes.
On page 84, you can
I see
see
it.
the 2 positions that are available.
I just wondered why they have school districts for 2 of the positions and no candidate.
Jason, can you approach the mic for me?
So are you referring to like Region 4, Position F?
Yes, and also, there's nothing larger in Texas than HISD. and I don't see that here.
They don't have any elected board members.
Yeah, I think these are just elected. I know they said, position F, that we didn't qualify because we weren't considered a large district by their terms.
So HISD, because those board members were actually appointed, not elected, they don't,
I'm
can't,
speculating.
you think? Might be one.
You also only see positions A, C, and F here. Those are very likely the positions that only have expiring terms. Because they are 3-year terms, those terms are going to be cycled, similar to how other boards cycle their terms, so that you don't have a full new board of directors every 3 years, if that makes sense. So you'll have other positions, position B, position D, position E, who are not being voted on at this time.
You know, position F is vacant at this time, Mr. Wise. No one there?
Yeah, I believe it's vacant, and they are taking nominations right now, but we're just not eligible to nominate someone for that.
All right.
Have to nominate somebody who's going to run against Rose or Tony.
Right.
Do we know, we don't know yet if they're gonna run again, right? Okay. Any more questions on that? So we had a motion made, did I get a second? Trustee?
We didn't select which position.
Okay, so we ain't able to finish up
We
position.
need to decide on whether it's position 4A or 4C.
Do you have a preference on which position?
So if we're being strategic, this is the board that governs TASB. Yeah, I would say that we want to put people on the board that have our regional interest. We are in a coalition with Aldine, so I would say it would be preferable to have an Aldine and a Spring representation on that board to represent the regional interests. So I would say that we would nominate for position 4C. So I'll make the motion. President Durant, I move that the Board of Trustees nominate Trustee Kelly P. Hodges for a region seat 4C on the TASB Board of Directors.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Correa to nominate trustee Hodges for region position 4C on the TASB Board of Directors. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, trustee Hodges. Way to go, Kelly P. Our next item on tonight's agenda are our committee reports. And so we will start with tonight's audit committee update.
Madam President, the audit committee and the board received candidates for our internal auditor position. The board had an opportunity to interview those candidates, and it was the board's decision to resend that application back out.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the audit committee? Our next board is our governance committee update, and I'll ask trustee Hodges if she has an update for governance.
Good afternoon or evening, Madam President. The Governance Committee, we did not meet formally last month. I can't recall, I don't think we did. We've been moving so fast. So I don't have anything formal to report. We just want to definitely encourage the community to register to vote And also, as we get closer to the November election, we will, as a district, partner with organizations, like-minded organizations that are advocating on behalf of our district and on behalf of the community. So make sure that you are mindful of the information that'll be presented, and if you have any questions, make sure you go to the polls as an informed voter. And we will be working with organizations to, that will allow us to provide you with information and also provide platforms for you to ask questions and get a better understanding about the legislation that will be before you in November, so that you can make an informed vote. Thank you.
I want to echo Chairwoman Hodges' promotion of voting. There is an election occurring right now. If you are aware, the Harris Central Appraisal District has two candidates up for the last two elected positions on the appraisal district. So as we talk about tax policy and what our tax bills are looking like, you have an opportunity to weigh in on that. So please get out and vote. The election is, early voting I think is still happening, but the election day is June 28th.
Are there any questions for governance? Thank you, Trustee Hodges and Trustee Adams. Our next item is the Board Equity Committee, and so at this time, I will recognize Trustee McDaniel.
Thank you, President Durant. The Equity Committee met last Monday, June 3rd, and had the pleasure of Ms. Trinita Carroll joining us to talk about engagement of families in the community. She gave us an update on the family engagement, the FACE team's work. The most recent board update, that presentation is linked. So if you haven't had a chance, definitely check out her presentation. It was very robust. She shared the family sessions that the district is offering, from those academic to social emotional sessions, how they are overwhelmingly positive feedback from our families, feeling that the sessions are, the presenters are very clear. They feel they're supported. I know how to support my child as a result of this meeting. They feel empowered as parents as a result of the meeting. And so one of the biggest highlights was from the Smart Start data. And so some of us got a chance to attend that graduation, and so we had a chance to dive into that data. So I wanted to pull up here, their team looked at the Circle data. So the pre-K students, they looked at the non-Smart Start students in pre-K, the Circle BOY data, compared to the Smart Start students. And in 5 out of the 7 skill categories, the Smart Start students outperformed those who were not a part of Smart Start. But that's not all, because in one of the categories, which was rapid letter naming, they were equivalent. And in one of the other categories, which was letter sound correspondence, the non-Smart Start students actually outperformed Smart Start. And so Ms. Carroll and her team got together. They looked at they set a goal and did some Circle training. They were very intentional throughout the course of the year. And in 2023, when they looked at their data for Circle, all 7 indicators on the Circle data, the Smart Start students outperformed the non-Smart Start students. And so that just goes to show. So that just goes to show, number one, the impact that Smart Start is having on children's early learning development. Number two, Ms. Trinita Carroll and their team's leadership and support. And then showing how looking at data is so critical. Not weaponizing it, but looking at the reality, setting a goal, being intentional, and seeing the results of student outcomes. And so I just wanted to highlight that, because that really was a really big deal, and I wanted to celebrate that success. And the in-home teachers, that's really, they don't get a lot of shine, but they're doing a lot of work for our early learners. And so definitely take a look at the presentation. We also finished part 3 of our book study. We have some summer reading. So we're gonna finish part 4 of street data. It's something that we talked about. We know we have a limited capacity, but we would love to see our FACE department. How could we expand? Because we have 34,000 students and families who we see the gains that are happening. We know that there is need. And so I talked to, one of my questions to Dr. H was, what do our families need? And one thing she said was, as a board, seeking out more business partnerships. And so how could we get more engaged and more active and really seek out those opportunities to make sure our families are getting even more than they already are? And so that, my last piece, and I'll make sure to get this to the board. We've been working to really dive into that equity report and look at those 10 high leverage recommendations to improve equity and find progress measures, KPIs. And so we now have, we don't like the name scorecard because equity, we don't want to be quantitative with that. But we have KPIs now aligned to all 10 of those recommendations to show the work that we're doing. And so now we can really track how our district is making progress when it comes to data, to equity in that regard. And so we can see what reports we like to see as a board. Are there any policies that we need to put in place as it relates to equity? So I'll stop there, but we've done a lot of work. I'm very proud of our equity committee, and that concludes my report.
Excellent report, great feedback, and I'm excited to see that we do have our KPIs in place. And, around our 10 opportunities, and congratulations to the FACE department and to Shane Schubert, who leads up that department, and Trustee Ms. Carroll. All right, our next committee is our board data committee, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam President. Our committee is concerned with equity as well, and we're the Data Analysis Committee, and we consist of Natasha McDaniel, Carmen Correa, Dr. Hinojosa, and Dr. Pariseau. When we first met in the Dakini Star Auditorium in January, when we were first forming, and we had back-to-back activities, so the only place we could find was standing around a table and discussing how we wanted to proceed. And I want to tell you how we ended up in May was in a spare room in the Planet Ford Stadium, also discussing what we have found at this point. And it is getting to be kind of interesting, and actually we might find some actionable data already. So this is why we wanted to bring it forward tonight, and each of us talk about which direction we took, because we're very, very different in our methodology and our interests. I just want to remind you that our performance goal is that the data needs to be informed oversight of the district performance, and we want to explore high impact factors that provide actionable information to promote student success and safety in Spring ISD. So with that, I would like to hand this over now to Carmen to describe her, she has some very interesting things going on.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. It's not a specific project, but one of the questions that I had asked was to look at our at-risk students, which I like the idea of coming up with another term, so maybe our resilient students, and kind of digging into that a little deeper. And my view of looking at the data going forward is to not only look at the existing data that we've been looking at in a different way, but also to start incorporating other points of data, and so that we haven't historically looked at. And so one of the questions that I had was looking at the performance of at-risk students, and what I found myself doing was digging into the definition of at-risk. That's the kids that are on free and reduced lunch. So then I looked at what is the difference between free and reduced, and that comes out to about a $10,000 difference in family income. And so for someone at that level, $10,000 could mean a lot to a particular family. So I wanted to see, so I asked Dr. Pariseau to see if he could look into it. And what we found is the kids that are on reduced lunch actually have better performance than the kids on free lunch. And so it was a piece to start digging into. And that's the kind of data that I'm interested in. Another thing I thought about was recess. We know that kids who move, kids who get those physical breaks, we have policy, we have state requirements around exercise minutes. And so of the schools that are implementing recess with fidelity, because we know we've had an issue with that in the past, maybe looking at those schools that have, looking at their physical minutes actually participating, and then how those students and those outcomes. And so that's kind of where I'm looking. Also, some of the qualitative data, and I will let Trustee McDaniel kind of dive into that, because that's more where she had a larger focus in that, but also incorporating more surveys, more information from the students, from the teachers, the community, rather than just the once or twice a year that we kind of do now, kind of getting some more consistent data throughout the year to kind of get the qualitative piece to it. So, and that's what I have.
Trustee McDaniel?
Thank you for the lead-in. So we actually heard the word joy several times earlier this evening from students and from a teacher as well. We talked about data a lot coming out of the, joy rather, a lot coming out of the pandemic. When we think about joy, a lot of times we think about it's fun and celebratory. I just want to read a quote. I'm reading a book called Unearthing Joy by Dr. Gholdy Muhammad, a guide to culturally and historically responsive teaching and learning. And it says, joy is fun and celebratory, as well as embracing truthful narratives and representations of diverse people of the world, including our students. When students see themselves manifested in our curriculum in diverse and positive ways, we observe their joy. And so the question that I am pondering, if you will, is where are we in terms of teaching and reaching our students? We have curriculum that we've talked a lot about. We've had several years for teachers to internalize curriculum. And so we look at test scores, we look at gaps, but that really doesn't tell the full story. And so just as the Trustee Correa mentioned, getting some qualitative data from our parents, from our teachers, from our students, to really see how we can really measure what matters. We heard a little bit about that earlier, about T-tests. Are we really measuring what matters? And so some questions here that I would like to pose, and I won't read all of them, but just a little sampling around identity. Do you feel valued in school? Do you feel you can be yourself in school? When we think about skills, are skills helping you to think or just to prepare for the test, or both? When we think about intellect, what has helped you become more engaged in learning? When we think about criticality, what would you like to change about your community outside of school? When we think about joy, what is one joyful experience you've had within this school year? Can you explain? And so the intention is to get beyond just one test one day, to really see if we're really meeting we know we're meeting some of our students' needs, but how can we really ensure that we are looking at the whole child? We want to graduate students who are skilled, but we also want to make sure that they have a sense of self, they have a sense of agency, that they're change makers, and that they're leaders. And so that is what my project, so to speak, is focused around. And as a board, we can consider, are there changes needed to our policies to ensure that our curriculum is culturally responsive and meeting the needs of our kids? How can the data inform our district equity plans? And how can we engage with our parents, caregivers, and guardians to increase equity, access, and culturally responsive education? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's awesome. Great work. I'm excited about your initiatives and looking forward to the outcomes and then seeing them realize in success with our kids. So
I have one too.
you got another one.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
bringing up the end here. Whoops. I am very concerned about Algebra 1. And I found a good summary from the Gates Foundation about why I'm very concerned about Algebra 1 in Spring ISD. Algebra 1 is one of the most important on-track indicators of students' future success. Students who do not complete Algebra 1 have a 1 in 5 chance of graduating from high school as it currently stands. Algebra 1 acts as a gatekeeper rather than a gateway to future success. Also, when you look at Piaget, if any of you are looking at development of intellectual capacity, at about 12 years old, children and adolescents develop abstract thinking and are able to perform hypothetical and deductive reasoning. So apparently those abilities that they develop in Algebra 1 actually really set them up to succeed in the future or not. So anyway, I was concerned about how we're doing in Spring ISD. And I went through quite a few factors of trying to predict the success of students. I picked out every single middle school and looked at how many students, what percent, achieve mastery on the Algebra 1 test. And I'm only looking at that group. And I looked at socioeconomic status and the free reduced lunch. I also did correlation studies of the racial percentages in the school. I could find nothing that correlated with the mastery in Algebra 1 until I just looked at the average number of years experience of the teachers in the school. This isn't the algebra teachers. This is just the whole school, the average years of experience. And man, I got a line. I got a correlation there. Now, I'd like to go forward and start looking at other math, other, not just mastery in algebra, but, just approaches and so on. And while I was doing that, we have a member of our committee, Dr. Perso, and it turns out he was going light years ahead of me. And I would like to hand this over to him because he found something very interesting about Algebra 1 on his own.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. And we were able to do several analysis and triangulation through our research team, and they loved that. That the committee kept bringing, what if this, what if that? And we were able to bring a number of options. But to what Dr. Jensen spoke of was really looking at the triangulation of data between teachers who are DOI, so they don't have teacher certification, compared to teachers that are certified, and then also with the number of years experience, and how did that correlate or not correlate to student success on STAR, as well as the MAP growth that they achieved during the course of the year. And so the result was that there was some really good correlations, that teachers that were DOI teachers had less performance for the students that they served overall compared to teachers with more years of experience. And so the end result was that teachers, for every year of experience a teacher had, it led to a 13-point increase in scaled score overall. So very interesting. We saw similar with the growth for MAP.
And I felt guilty because we weren't going to cause you any work, and there you just got interested in the questions we were asking and went with it. And so the reason why we're presenting this tonight is, do we have your permission to go forward with our projects? Do you have any suggestions of something we should be doing? So that as we go into, we've only had a half year and just really have been having an interesting journey here. So do you have any suggestions as we go forward?
Trustee Adams?
When I was a teacher, I got the opportunity to be mentored by Bob Moses. And he initiated something called the Algebra Project, which basically confirms everything that you all have been saying. So if you weren't aware of Bob Moses, I would recommend looking into his work.
Thank you.
So any other questions? As you know, we put these ad hoc committees in place at the pleasure of the body. So we want to make sure that what initiatives they're moving forward with is under approval and direction from the full body as a whole. I personally am very excited about the work that they're doing, that we're taking it to another level, and we're looking at real impact to kids and how our policies can change to support them better in other initiatives. This is not a vote. I'm going to take a consensus and see if I will say, is there anyone that would like to voice any concerns with the data committee moving forward with their recommended projects? Hearing no concerns, I say go for it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so our next item tonight is our consent agenda, and so I will entertain a motion to approve and adopt all of the items listed on tonight's consent agenda.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt all of the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that the board approve and adopt all items listed on tonight's consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The Board of Trustees will now recess this open session and convene in a closed meeting in accordance with Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of the discussion in the closed meeting will take place once the board reconvenes in open session, and the time is now 9:54 p.m. We will now reconvene and resume the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees, and the time is now 11:55 a.m. PM. 11:55 PM. Thank you. Are there any, do we have any items we need to address during closed session? Are there any motions?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the recommendation of the superintendent as presented in closed session to propose the termination of the employment contract of the following employee, Ariel West, and to authorize the superintendent or designee to provide each employee notice of the proposed action and his or her rights under Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Is there a second?
Second.
I don't see that. The motion has been made by trustee Adams and seconded by trustee Newhouse. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. Are there any other motions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, I move that we adjourn our meeting for tonight.
Second.
Been moved by trustee Newhouse and seconded by trustee Adams that we adjourn tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion carries. The meeting adjourns tonight at 11:57 PM. Thank